So we have our next panel. I want to welcome our next panel. Ms. Jackson Lee, Mr. Sablan, Mr. Garamendi, Mr. Peters, Mr. Courtney, Mr. Garcia, Ms. Waters, Ms. Gonzalez Colon, Mr. Calvert, Mr. Langevin, Ms. Brownlee, Mr. Wahlberg. Ms. Jackson Lee, you can begin.
Thank you. I'm trying to start my video up. I can't sending my video. Can you see me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. I can't see myself. Let me indicate how grateful I have this opportunity. Is but I'm here because it's a monument.
Sheila, excuse me. Your voice keeps on going in and out. I don't know if there's a problem with your audio.
Okay, I have it pressed. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, we can hear you now.
Stop moving things around. I came back to Washington in the mid of COVID-19, impacting negatively in a very drastic way my congressional district, my state, my city. For this moment, because it is so historic, I want to thank Chairman DeFazio and all of the members of the Transportation Committee for this historic moment. Long overdue, and I would thank the Rules Committee for a very instructive moment. I also want to, with a good spirit of bipartisanship, take note of the fact that with the hours that were spent in the committee, I know that there was a great effort, as we did with the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, to allow relevant and important and potent amendments to come in. So I believe that we've worked very hard in this Congress to be bipartisan. On this issue, it is enormous. I have amendment number 310. I will speak more extensively about the amendments that I hope that you will consider either as management or en bloc. It is very important to our district. 310 mentions the importance of taking in historic considerations, historic preservation consideration, and transportation construction. In my state of Texas, it is roads, roads, roads. It is highway, highway, highway. They have not turned the corner for climate change. They continue to stand in line for highway dollars. And the vulnerable people and the people in my constituency become the victims. So amendment number 313 is a sense of Congress that the planned improvements along I-45 corridor shall include provisions of housing and relocation assistance to the impacted area, remediation of impacts to environmental, economic, and places of historic significance. The local community persons have been fighting this and fighting this. They're not at a point where anyone is listening to them. Because in Texas, highway infrastructure improvements in the state of Texas have relied too often on pushing major highway construction projects to widen freeways and roads instead of prudent and sustained investments in state-of-the-art mass transit systems to meet the transportation needs of urban residents. They go through areas of concentrated poverty and they give them no relief. And this particular project, over the years, have been going along, has not changed its construction, and it has made changes to I-59, I-10, I-45 to take up more than 500 homes along Buffalo Bayou and Fifth Ward, as well as going into the historic Independence Heights and really altering neighborhoods over the decades. So my amendment is asking on the sense of Congress that it is strongly encouraged that planners consider the merits and cost effectiveness of all of this destruction and engage with our community. I submit into the record an article from the Houston Chronicle. Interstate 45 realignment would cut through a historic Black neighborhood in Houston. We have not gotten relief. I asked the Rules Committee to allow that amendment to be in. Amendment number 310 is an amendment I've been working on for a long time, and I want to thank the staff of the Transportation Committee over the years for working with me on some of these issues. But it is a reduction of fatalities. Not later than 18 months after the date of enactment of this act, the Secretary of Transportation shall establish a program to reduce nationally the incidences of fatalities involving persons engaged in travel by means of bicycles, scooters, walking, jogging, or other forms of bimodal transportation. The state of Texas and Houston has very stark numbers as it relates to bicycle incidences and pedestrian with attempting to be climate sensitive and then losing their life to other transportation. Let me move quickly to 311. The 311 amendment deals with the situation of COVID-19, dealing with the funding, I believe, for other aspects of the airports that were not considered. This amendment requires a report from the FAA on those areas of the airport that have not received any COVID-19 related funding and requires prioritizing of funding for these areas. And that includes the parking lots, parking service, where there are a lot of employees impacted, and they've been impacted drastically and have not been considered in COVID-19, like us with that assistance. Let me also indicate that our metro has been struggling to develop a metro plan to finally get a mobility plan that has been rejected over decades, that I've been on the floor trying to get a mass transit plan, and it has been rejected over the years. We're just beginning to try and do that, and there was a very difficult amendment that was also offered in the committee. I'm willing to offer this one and withdraw it. It's number 331, but it has to do with a very specific request, and that is to direct FTA to include hot lanes under the high intensity motor bus program and thus restore funding to Metro and other affected systems. They are not included. We have a motor bus system using hot lanes, which is our beginning attempt to build on a mass transit, and we certainly hope that there may be a way that I can work with staff that would possibly be able to be acted on. Let me quickly go to amendment number 333, which is an important amendment to our metro system as well. And that is that this would address what is in current law found in section 5309I, Title 49, which enables a project sponsor to put together a group of interrelated funded projects into a program for development under the Federal Transit Administration's Capital Investment Grant. We have programs that have been supported by local tax dollars. We had to do it when we were rebuffed years ago over and over again by those here from Texas who blocked Houston getting mass transit. And so we would appreciate if in this amendment, our projects locally funded could be put together as a group of locally funded projects into a program for development under the FTA's Capital Investment Grant Program, and that we would not lose out on the opportunity for those funds because we started out by using local funds. Because again, as I said, we are working very hard to try and build a mass transit program in Houston. Number 332 is an amendment would make the Metro Next plan of projects eligible to use the local share credit for the Safe to Lou project. And again, we have been working hard over the decades. If anyone has seen me on the floor of the House, over a number of members who have on the other side of the aisle who blocked Metro getting transit. We're finally where we would like to be, and we would like very much to either work with the committee and work with the staff going to the floor to get some sense of this legislation in. Again, please help me with the I-45 amendment because it is moving and there's no sensitivity to the horrible impact that this bricks and mortar highways are having with the inner city neighborhoods. And the inner city neighborhoods have been working with a number of groups trying to be heard on this matter. So again, I thank you for the amendments that I've offered. I appreciate them being able to be in and unblock matter. They're very important to our constituents.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sablan. You have to unmute Mr. Sablan.
All right. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Call. The amendment I have three amendments. One, number 20, Sablan 125, I have offered, simply authorizes appropriations legislation that has been carried out the past 10 years. My amendment codifies the annual reservations of 1.5% of State Drinking Water Act funding for the U.S. territories. This 1.5% level for the territories is already included annually in appropriations legislation covering the drinking water state revolving fund every year since 2010. Current law authorizes only one-third of 1%, and prior to fiscal year 2010, my district, the Northern Mariana Islands, along with Guam, American Samoa, and the United States Virgin Islands, all shared that amount, just 0.33% of annual Safe Drinking Water Act funding. Thankfully, since 2010, we were able to increase funding to 1.5%, and it has been a tremendous help to improve the drinking water systems in the insular areas. The one island in particular, the island of Saipan in the Northern Mariana Islands, still remains the only United States municipality without access to 24-hour potable water, a serious public health issue. Although so much progress has been made since funding increased a decade ago, while still not reliably potable, nearly all homes households on Saipan now have 24-hour water. Much more work is needed, however, to improve and modernize the water infrastructure in the islands. In 2015, the Environmental Protection Agency reported to Congress how much is needed to bring our insular area water systems up to the national standard. About 200 million for the Marianas alone, and about 300 million each for Guam and American Samoa. We absolutely cannot afford to go back. My amendment will simply authorize the current appropriations level and lessen the annual funding uncertainty. Similarly, the bill before us, H.R. 2, codifies the 1.5% annual reservation of available Clean Water Act state revolving funds for the territories. And this percentage of funding has also been included in annual appropriations since fiscal year 2010. And the additional funding has provided much needed resources to support our public wastewater system. My simple no cost amendment does the same for Safe Drinking Water Act funds. I ask that this amendment be found in order. The amendment number 23 sublon 124 is another simple technical correction that allows ferry boat formula program funds and territorial highway program funds to be used for public ferries between two U.S. territories. Currently, utilization of ferry boat or territorial highway funds are limited. The funds may be used for public ferries that operate within a U.S. state or territory. So, for instance, the funds could be used for a service between Seattle and Bainbridge Island, Washington, within state ferries. Or the funds could be used for service between the islands of St. John, St. Thomas, and St. John in the Virgin Islands, within territory ferries. Also, ferry boat funds may be used for public ferries that operate between two adjoining U.S. states, say from Delaware to New Jersey. The funds can even be used for ferries between a U.S. state and a foreign country, from Maine to Canada, and that's fine. But here is the problem. Those same funds cannot be used for public ferries between two U.S. territories. So even though in my district, the Northern Mariana Islands, we could use federal ferry boat or highway funds for a ferry south from the island of Saipan to the island of Tinian, then on to the island of Rota, we would have to stop right there. We could not use the same federally funded ferry to go the additional 30 miles to the U.S. island territory of Guam. That would be territory to territory travel, and that is not allowed, an allowable use of ferry boat or highway funds in current law. Now, what is the rationale for a national transportation policy that does not support travel between two nearby United States territories? Do we really want a transportation policy that supports ferries from the US to Canada but does not support ferries from point to point within the United States? That does not make sense. So my amendment makes the necessary technical correction to allow for travel between two territories. And to be clear, my amendment does not alter the amount of money authorized for the ferry operation. Amendment, my amendment simply fixes an anomaly in federal transportation law. I urge my colleagues to support this no-cost, common-sense amendment to H.R. 2. And finally, Mr. Chairman, numbers 264 sublon 127 incorporates the text of my bill, H.R. 1809 to H.R. 2, the Moving Forward Act. Co-sponsors to my bill include all territorial delegates and Ms. Norton of D.C. H.R. 1809 is a bipartisan legislation that was reported out of the Natural Resources Committee by unanimous consent in July of last year. It also passed the House last Congress by unanimous consent, though the Senate failed to act. This amendment simply gives the insular areas and the District of Columbia the same base funding as states under the Pittman-Robertson and Dingell-Johnson Acts. This is similar to the changes to the Land and Water Conservation Fund that Congress approved and was enacted into law in 2019. Pittman-Robertson and Dingell-Johnson support a variety of conservation, education, and recreation programs at no cost to taxpayers. However, while current law guarantees every state a 1% Pittman-Robertson share, Puerto Rico is capped at a quarter of 1%, and the other territories receive just 0.167%. Similarly, Dingell-Johnson provides each state with a minimum of 1% funding, while the District of Columbia and territories only get one-third of 1%. My amendment would correct this inequity and it would improve conservation and restoration projects and help bolster recreation programs in the non-state areas of our country. Again, I ask the committee's consent and an agreement to include these amendments in the bill. I ask if possible, the three amendments be adopted en bloc as a manager's amendment into HR 2. I yield my time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to you today and to the members of the committee, Ranking Member Cole and all of the others. I want to comment on the HR 2. It does help build our crumbling roads, schools, transit systems, as well as deploy broadband nationwide and connecting our rural and underserved areas. Really an important bill, and appreciate all the work you're doing in making it happen. However, one of the critical components of our infrastructure, the American Maritime Highway, remains largely unchanged under this bill. My amendment would make a massive investment in this underinvested, essential component of our infrastructure without using any tax dollars. Our U.S. flagged international fleet, comprised of commercial vessels built and flagged in the United States and owned and operated by U.S. citizens, is in a serious state of decline. This important force has dwindled from 1,200 ships just after World War II to less than 80 today. Only 1% of America's ocean-going foreign trade travels on U.S. flagged vessels, and even fewer are made in U.S. yards with U.S. produced components. As chairman of the Armed Services Committee on Readiness, I know that our country is not ready for a large-scale, near-peer conflict because of this decline in domestic shipping capacity. We simply will not be able to get our men and equipment to where they need to go. We simply cannot rely on foreign ships, most of which are now owned by China. So we give China a phone call, say, hey, we want to send some of our troops over to the Pacific. Do you mind sending some ships to help us? We got a problem here. With crude oil exports restrictions lifted in December 2015, our domestic national gas production booming, U.S. exports are projected to increase substantially in the coming years. We're going to ship a lot of oil and gas overseas. We could do this on American-built ships, just requiring that a small percentage of those ships, of that export, be on American-built ships. We would probably build 30 or 40 ships over the next 15 to 20 years in American shipyards, employing Americans, employing American businesses of all kinds, from people who make engines to people who make steel. And we could do all of this without taxpayer dollars. So that's why we introduced in 2014 the Energizing American Shipbuilding Bill, and this bill has been heard in multiple committees. This bill is bipartisan support here in the House of Representatives. It is bicameral support in the Senate by both Republicans and Democrats. And I would ask that you include this in HR 2 as one of the significant infrastructure investments that we can and should make here in the United States, making our shipyards, keeping our shipyards busy, keeping our manufacturers of everything from pumps to engines and fuel systems of all kinds. So with this piece of legislation, we can expand the infrastructure of the United States. We can take the HR 2 from very, very important issues of roads, streets, trains, broadband, and add to it the maritime systems of the United States and make America once again a strong maritime nation. So I'd ask for your support on it. Happy to answer any questions that you might have. And as I said before, this bill has been around a long time and has gained support both in the Senate with both Democrats and Republicans, and in the House with both Democrats, Republicans, including the chairman of the two relevant committees, T&I and Commerce. So with that, I'll
Thank you.
withdraw and answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Mr. Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak on behalf of two amendments today. The first to encourage more housing to be built, excuse me, along large transit projects. Many of our older cities are ideally suited for mass transit, where intensive land use density predates the automobile and where parking is inconvenient or impossible. But in cities that are more newly developing, like San Diego, and as all cities grow geographically, it's sometimes a challenge to match the alignment of the growing transit systems to the origins and the destinations they're intended to serve. If our transit projects aren't near homes and jobs, they're less competitive with the automobile. That means fewer transit riders, and that's bad for the environment because we don't get people out of their cars, and it's bad for taxpayers because we don't get the best fare box recovery and return on our federal investment. And in the face of a climate crisis and a debt crisis, that's not acceptable. We can easily do more, however, by using the federal government's significant leverage to improve future performance. When I was a city council member 15 years ago, our region competed for New Start's funding for a light rail extension. We call it the Mid-Coast Trolley, between downtown San Diego and our largest business district, near the area near the University of California, San Diego, known as University City. The federal government asked us for good engineering plans and matching funds, which our voters approved, but they never asked us for any assurance about what we would build near the light rail stations, land uses that might boost ridership and fare box recovery. Today, the Mid-Coast is well under construction. It looks great. It's due to open next year, but most of the stations are surrounded by surface parking lots, and some aren't even zoned for housing. Now, if part of the competition for federal money back then had involved locals committing to accommodate transit-friendly land uses, even just zoning changes that required no additional tax money, our region might today be building a bunch of affordable and market rate units near our $2 billion light rail project that will be ready for when it opened, with lower requirements for things like on-site parking, which can lower housing costs and increase transit ridership in itself. A large federal transit project can cost the federal government anywhere between $200 million and $1 billion. And to ensure that this taxpayer money is spent wisely, the federal government should ask localities to commit to planning development around our transit corridors as part of the competition for these hundreds of millions of federal taxpayer dollars. My bipartisan bill, the Build More Housing Near Transit Act, which I introduced with Representatives McMorris, Rogers, Heck, and Gallagher, would require every applicant to conduct a housing feasibility assessment as part of the economic development criteria. And based on that assessment, local jurisdictions would have to commit to changing land use policies in a project station area to accommodate more housing. I want to thank the committee staff for including some of the measures from my bill in HR 2. These incentives, along with new direct support for transit-oriented development, constitute unprecedented incentives to build housing near transit, making communities more sustainable and walkable and less dependent on fossil fuels. My amendment number 173, which is co-sponsored by Representatives McMorris, Rogers, and Heck, seeks to supplement what's in HR 2 by requiring applicants to obtain a memorandum of understanding with local agencies to leverage to make real lasting changes that would improve quality of life, reduce pollution, and maximize return on investment. Why wouldn't we act? The concept in my bill is supported by national housing and planning organizations, including the American Planning Association, LISC, the National Association of Home Builders, Prosperity Now, Up for Growth Action, and more. They understand that building housing near transit is an imperative for the success of that transit. So I hope you will consider that amendment and I'll to be heard on the House floor. I'm also introducing an amendment with my friend Adam Smith that helps agencies deal with the fallout from the coronavirus's staggering impact on public transportation ridership. Capital investment grants, particularly core capacity grants, factor in current ridership members as part of the application. For core capacity, an applicant can't proceed in the program if it can't show 95% ridership. And obviously that's going to be impossible threshold to reach using data collected during the current pandemic. My amendment number 197 allows the project sponsor to ask to use data collected from before the pandemic to demonstrate ridership levels. It's a common sense measure that'll prevent transit agencies from being further handicapped by the pandemic, will allow construction projects to move forward more quickly without unnecessary delays. I hope you can support that amendment. My thanks to the American Public Transportation Association, or APTA, in helping me craft the amendment, and I'm thankful to the Transportation Infrastructure Committee for their support and good work, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I have two amendments, 19 and 21, which again, I've submitted written testimony, and I'll summarize as you requested, Mr. Chairman. Amendment 19 was offered with Congressman John Larson and Congressman Steve Lynch. It's a friendly amendment, I believe, to the housing assistance, the housing infrastructure section, which basically allows as an eligible use for the community development block grant portion to allow for activities designed to preserve existing housing by remediation of iron sulfide or other minerals causing housing degradation. And again, since it's within CDBG, that means it will be only for individuals who are low income and moderate income. As I think the chairman knows, because we've talked about this, there's been an unexpected event that stems from Quebec, Canada, all the way through New England, where a strain of geologic pyrite deposits has been unfortunately showing up in concrete aggregate. And the way that unfolds is that basically when it's exposed to moisture, the iron sulfide pyrite rusts, and the concrete is compromised, and the house foundation crumbles. It costs about $150,000 for a single family house to remediate that. You have to basically get a house jack, lift the house up, remove the foundation, re-pour a new foundation, and drop it back down. It's an uninsurable loss that's been litigated to the Connecticut Supreme Court, which again determined that since property casualty policies only require only cover sudden collapse.
Courtney, can you hold one second? Can everybody please mute your line so that Mr. Courtney and others? Thank you.
Great. So again, it basically, these types of situations have been rendered uninsurable. The state of Connecticut has stepped up and provided some relief. Again, this amendment would allow to at least use it for repairing either homes or condominiums, again, only for individuals that are means tested under the basic rules of CDBG. Again, we have support from some of the stakeholders in Connecticut who are in the housing arena. Just so you know, pyrite actually has presence throughout the country. We got a map through the National Geologic Survey. And so again, this is a problem that could crop up in other parts of the country. So again, we would ask that folks allow this amendment to be amended. We've had good conversations with committee staff at Financial Services. And again, it's our understanding based on our last communications that they do not have a big objection to this being included in the CDBG portion of the housing infrastructure. The second amendment, number 21, is an amendment which was submitted by all the members of the Connecticut delegation. The statement which I issued basically also is, for the record, was signed off by Congresswoman Johanna Hayes. And basically, it's a surgical modification to Connecticut's truck weight limits, which only for agricultural suppliers that bring in, silage, fertilizer, different products that are used in farming in Connecticut. Again, our weight limit in the state of Connecticut is 80,000 pounds. That is a vestige that goes back to the 1990s. Our neighboring states, Massachusetts, are 127,000 pounds. New York goes up to 143,000 pounds. This amendment would allow agricultural products up to 100,000 only, so they would still be lower than our neighboring states to allow those products to go on interstates. This is an amendment that's supported by the governor of the state of Connecticut, Ned Lamont. We have, again, buy-in from the Connecticut State Department of Transportation, as well as the state police, who we've had good conversations with. Again, just to clarify the point, because I realize truck weights gets people pretty excited, but the State Department of Transportation basically has a permitting process that would require regulatory approval for any truck that's going through there to ensure that vulnerable roads and bridges are protected from increased weights. In 2015, the FAST bill allowed dairy liquids to go up to 100,000 pounds. And again, that adjustment has been in operation now for 5 years. There's been no reported problems, and this basically would just extend it to agricultural supplies. This amendment is supported by the Connecticut Farm Bureau, the American Farm Bureau, the National Milk Producers Federation, the Motor Transport Association of Connecticut. Again, it is just to try and harmonize better the weight limit disparity that exists in New England, which again, just we're a compact place, and it's very disruptive and very expensive to farmers because they end up having to basically get more trucks to bring in the same quantity of material that transports through Massachusetts and New York. So again, it has the support of our entire delegation, as well as the state and local officials. The Connecticut General Assembly back in 2013 actually voted unanimously to incorporate this change. And again, it's really just subject to federal approval, which this amendment would achieve. So with that, I would yield, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the opportunity to address the committee.
Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. I'm honored to be speaking before the Rules Committee, obviously for the very first time, and I want to thank the panel for the opportunity to discuss my amendment number 150. From 2011 to 2017, California experienced one of the most severe droughts in the history of the state. Its residents and businesses were forced to significantly reduce their water usage, and the state's economy, particularly the agricultural sector, experienced enormous losses. According to some estimates, the total direct statewide economic losses due to agriculture rose to almost $4 billion for 2014 to 2016 alone. In 2016, Leader McCarthy and Senator Feinstein came together and struck a deal on what was called the WIN Act, or the Water Infrastructure Improvements for the Nation Act, in order to help protect against a repeat of the devastation in future droughts. The WIN Act was a success, was intended to help address the serious water problems in my home state throughout most of California, and also to modernize our nation's water infrastructure. The California water provisions found under Title III, Subtitle J of the WIN Act, are meant to ensure a stable and reliable water supply for the state by funding water recycling and desalination projects, increasing storage capacities, and streamlining water infrastructure projects. And these provisions are set to expire in 2021. So my amendment would simply reauthorize these bipartisan California water provisions through fiscal year 2028. And while we can't allow ourselves to fall into the trap of believing that just because California's had a lucky few years here with good rainfall, that will continue throughout in perpetuity. And the provisions of the WIN Acts, specifically the ones I described, are still definitely needed. Allowing these provisions to expire would put the state at great risk during dry periods to come, which will certainly come. We cannot rely on Mother Nature to simply take care of our beautiful state. In short, the WIN Act represents a success that Congress can achieve when both sides of the aisle come together to address serious and pressing public policy issues. We cannot let the WIN Act fall victim to the partisanship that has consumed us in recent years. And California residents and business owners definitely depend on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time, and will obviously love to answer any questions relative to this amendment.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me, Chairman McGovern and ranking member, for providing me the opportunity to testify on my 4 amendments to HR 2. Those amendments, the first of all, will help territories funding and will help Puerto Rico Highway block grant, water infrastructure, and drought resiliency, safety through training measures for commercial drivers, and require a study for offshore wind development in the territories as well. Amendment 52 will allow make Puerto Rico an eligible applicant location for the Bureau of Reclamation Water Smart grants, as well as its drought resiliency project grants. Many of you may not know that Puerto Rico is currently the only territory and non-contiguous jurisdiction in the United States where these competitive award grants are not available. That means that these programs will provide federal cost share funding for water and energy efficiency projects, as well as to increase resiliency to drought by funding the on-ground projects that improve water management flexibility during periods of low water supply. Actually, right now in Puerto Rico, we are having a rationalizing the water system. Much of the 59% of the water produced in Puerto Rico right now, or about 299 million gallons of water, is lost through the deficient distribution system. This situation is further complicated by our vulnerability to droughts. In fact, according to the U.S. Drought Monitor, 77% of the island is currently under dry conditions, and 59% is experiencing moderate drought. That means that rationing that is happening today will be addressed if we are allowed to participate in this program that the rest of the territories and the states got the opportunity to do so. So that's my first amendment. Actually, Hawaii, Alaska, and the rest of the territories are eligible under the water smart and drought resiliency projects, not Puerto Rico. And my second amendment will be 299 that will increase the Puerto Rico and Territorial Highway block grant for roads, bridges, and safety every year by $200 million over the tax base to bring equal treatment between Puerto Rico and the rest of the states. I want to say thank you to Congresswoman Chalala, Fitzpatrick, and others that are co-sponsors of this amendment. Using the same metrics you're using in the states for the Federal Highway Administration, if we were treated as a state, the island would receive roughly more than $431 million a year. Right now, we're just receiving $200 million a year. So this will increase using the same metrics: federal highway lane miles, and other principal bridge areas, and among others. With this information, if we compare, the American Society of Civil Engineers gave the island D minus in infrastructure because of the failures of Hurricane Irma and Maria. So if we are investing in America, let's just do that, allowing us to have that competitiveness. And my third amendment, which is 300, would allow Puerto Rico to issue commercial driver license to motor carriers to be eligible to receive commercial driver's license improvement program grants. And I want to say thank you to Chairman DeFazio that is supporting this amendment. And also the Puerto Rico Public Services Bureau, in order to improve the skills, knowledge, and safety of those who want to operate commercial motor vehicles to a higher standards. In order to have this CDL, an applicant must pass both skills and knowledge testing to these higher standards. And these people will meet a higher standard when operating any type of motor vehicle on public roads. So that means that having these standards in Puerto Rico will help increase the confidence among those who want to invest in business in Puerto Rico, or people that are moving to the island or leaving the island, by ensuring that they will have the skills allowing them to automatically be qualified to find a work, or given the current driver shortage in the nation that is happening. This amendment will also allow Puerto Rico a 5-year grace period to come into compliance, and provides immediate eligibility for grants to expedite this process. My last amendment, Amendment 324, will add the text of the Offshore Wind Territories Act. That was a bipartisan bill introduced by Representatives Sablan, Wagen, Plaskett, Soto. And this will allow the federal law to study the potential to authorize offshore wind energy development in the exclusive economic zone adjacent to the 5 U.S. territories. Additionally, it will establish a dedicated fund for coral reef conservation and a direct portion of the offshore wind revenues back into local communities. HR 1014 was reported unanimously out of the Natural Resources Committee last year. During the last Congress, an identical bill passed the House under suspension. And if enacted, Offshore Wind Territories Act will create jobs, address a lot of high energy prices in the territories, and help our reliance end our reliance in foreign petroleum imports. So that's the reason we're supporting this study. I asked the committee to adopt my 4 amendments as a way to provide resources to the concern I just described. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Calvert.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Perlmutter, are you going to have us just all go as in the last group to vote, or how do you want to?
Yes.
How do you want to do that?
I
Okay.
want to get through this panel. The panel may have to come back because I'm not sure we'll be able to get to questions in time to get through it. But I mean, panelists that have already testified, you may want to go and vote right now. But if you could come back in about 15 minutes, that would be helpful. And we'll get through this panel, and then we'll recess for a few minutes. We'll all vote, and we'll come back and go from there. Okay?
Thank you.
Mr. Calvert.
Yes, thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. My amendment is number 168. The underlying bill imposes new mandates, red tape that will make it more difficult, more expensive, and take longer to build congestion relief projects that add capacity to our transportation infrastructure, in my opinion. This amendment would strike those unnecessary mandates, allow states and localities to use gas tax dollars on roads and highways as they see fit to address their transportation needs. In the area I represent, that means providing relief to commuters stuck in traffic by expanding the capacity of our roads and freeways. I'm all for finding and supporting alternatives to passenger cars, but the current and foreseeable reality for the overwhelming majority of constituents I represent involves commuting to work in a car on our roads and our highways. If you believe increasing the capacity of our roads only leads to more traffic, I would suggest you campaign on removing lanes from the highways and see how that works out. Wouldn't work out well for me, I know that. We already peel away gas tax dollars to invest in many cases subsidize public transportation throughout the country, which I generally support. The gas tax dollars that remain for actual road and highway improvements should be encumbered with, should not be encumbered with the additional restrictions imposed by the underlying legislation. I urge to support frustrated commuters stuck in traffic across the country and make my amendment order. Now, what on this, not a subject of this amendment, I want to note that with the previous testimony provisions that were included in HR 2 with the Republican input, my California colleagues have been working to reauthorize the bipartisan WEN Act. I'm pleased to co-sponsor our newest member, California's Representative Mike Garcia's amendment to do just that. I commend his leadership on securing water for California. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Brownlee. You have to unmute, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate you giving me a little time. I support HR 2 overwhelmingly. I have a few amendments for your consideration. The first amendment that I want to talk to you about today is my amendment to set a national goal for transitioning to zero emission buses. Specifically, my amendment will require that beginning in 2029, all new buses purchased using federal funds be zero emission buses. As you may know, most buses have a life of roughly 12 years, so the amendment provides a very long phase-in period for zero-emission buses. In fact, if a transit agency buys a fossil fuel-powered bus in 2028, it likely would not need to replace that bus until 2040. So setting the 2029 goal for beginning our transition seems to me a very reasonable timeline for transitioning transit fleets. I've introduced an amendment to address dam safety. The FEMA High Hazard Dams program was created several years ago to address dam safety issues. When the program was originally created, Congress included language prohibiting dams with hydroelectric generation capacity from eligibility. However, across the country, there are a number of dams with small hydropower features which were not constructed for the purpose of providing power, and they do not generate actual profits. My amendment would permit dams with small hydroelectric generation capacity, 1,500 kilowatts or less, to be eligible to apply for FEMA High Hazard Dam grant programs. My amendment would also increase the authorization level for the FEMA High Hazard Dams program to $600 million annually to address the significant backlog and dam maintenance needs nationwide. I've also introduced an amendment to improve upon the requirements in HR 2 for the federal government fleet to become more fuel efficient. Specifically, my amendment would require that medium and heavy duty vehicles required by federal agencies be zero emission vehicles to the maximum extent possible. I've introduced an amendment to also improve federal government energy usage, which would require the federal government to purchase more renewable energy to power federal buildings. And last but certainly not least, I have introduced two amendments that will eliminate bureaucratic hurdles in the VA's leasing process and align the VA lease process with the process used by GSA for all other federal facilities. Under current law, every major medical facility lease within the VA, leases which incur yearly rental cost of over $1 million made by the VA must be specifically authorized by Congress through legislation. For many years, Congress authorized leases routinely. However, in 2012, the Congressional Budget Office changed its method of scoring VA lease authorization legislation. Instead of scoring the annual cost of the lease, CBO scores reflect the cost of the duration of the lease, often 20 years or more. For instance, CBO now scores a 20-year lease, which costs $5 million a year and $100 million in the first year. CBO's new scoring mechanism has made it very difficult for the House and Senate Veteran Affairs Committee to authorize new facility leases. This is despite the fact that the funds are accounted for under the annual discretionary budget caps and appropriated annually. This has led to a bizarre situation where Congress has appropriated funds for VA medical facilities, but the VA can't actually lease the facilities. While Congress is bogged down in the bureaucratic dispute, the demand for VA healthcare is increasing, and many veterans trying to access VA care face long wait times and crumbling infrastructure at outdated VA clinics and medical centers. My bill offers a simple solution to this dilemma. It would allow major medical facility leases to be authorized by a committee resolution rather than legislation. This is the same process used previously by the House and Senate, and it is the same process currently used for other agency leases that are executed by the General Services Administration. This more rational approach would ensure that veterans have access to needed healthcare facilities and will address the unacceptable wait times faced by many of our veterans in underserved communities. Again, I offer two amendments to this. The first simply fixes the authorization. The second would authorize the outstanding VA facilities that have not been appropriated. And with that, I will yield back and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Wahlberg.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Always making sure.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chairman and Ranking Member Cole, for the opportunity to testify today before you on behalf of my amendment. Maybe the shortest most simple amendment that you'll hear thus far. I submitted it along with my fellow Motorcycle Caucus co-chair, Dr. Burgess, an esteemed member of your committee. My amendment is a very straightforward, simple amendment. It simply adds mode of transportation to the criteria of data for collection on traffic stops under Section 3005 grant program to prohibit racial profiling. As co-chair of the Congressional Motorcycle Caucus and an avid motorcycle rider myself, I share this passion with millions of other riders from across the nation who come from all walks of life. In an extended ride on my Harley yesterday afternoon, my wife and I waved to many, many fellow motorcyclists as diverse as the bikes we ride. And I doubt if any could have picked out that one motorcycle carried a congressional couple. We were dressed like other motorcyclists and enjoying our time on the road. Unfortunately, according to a 2016 survey conducted by the Motorcycle Profiling Project, approximately 50% of motorcycle riders felt that they had been profiled by law enforcement at least once. While I support law enforcement taking these actions on the basis of violation of law, I'm concerned about law enforcement profiling absent any wrongdoing. Let me be clear, the profiling of an individual based on their race, ethnicity, the type of clothing they are wearing, or any other presumed stereotype is not acceptable and is harmful to that individual's due process. Including the type of vehicle stopped by law enforcement would provide more robust information for analysis on traffic stops. Understanding not only who is being stopped, but what type of vehicle they are in or on is a common sense addition to this program and will bring increased awareness to an issue that is affecting many of our constituents with hopes of finding a solution. I hope you'll consider positively adding this simple amendment. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And last but not least, Ms. Waters. And let me just say this, after Ms. Waters testifies, we're going to take a 15-minute break to vote. I'd ask the witnesses to come back if there's any questions. But I think that's probably the wisest way for us to proceed. So Ms. Waters, we yield to you. You need to unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You can hear me now. I'd like to thank my colleague, Chairman Jim McGovern, Ranking Member Tom Cole, and all of the members of the Rules Committee for allowing me to testify today on HR 2, the Moving Forward Act. As the chairwoman of the Services Committee, I worked very hard on the division of this bill that addresses financial services and housing infrastructure. I commend Chairman Peter DeFazio, Chair of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, for working together with me and other committee chairs to develop a wide-ranging bill that addresses so many of the infrastructure needs in communities across the nation. I'm proud that this bill includes programs that fall within the jurisdiction of several House committees, on the Financial Services Division.
I think we're having trouble.
One amendment would assist airport concessionaires, many of whom are small, disadvantaged, and minority-owned businesses. My amendment requires airport sponsors that receive supplemental funding for airports to provide financial relief to airport concessionaires experiencing economic hardship and to show good faith efforts to provide relief to socially and economically disadvantaged businesses. This amendment is similar to a provision that was included in the CARES Act. The original version of my amendment would have required relief for fiscal years 2021 through 25, which are the 5 years for which HR 2 authorizes supplemental airport funding. At the suggestion of the staff of the Aviation Subcommittee, of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, I revised my amendment to limit the concessionaire's relief to fiscal year 2021. Airport concessionaires are small businesses that are completely dependent upon thriving airports and a robust demand for air travel. As the coronavirus pandemic continues to wreak havoc on the aviation industry in the United States and around the world, airport concessionaires are continuing to suffer. They need additional relief. My revised amendment provides them one additional year of desperately needed relief. My other amendment would improve transparency and reporting in the Department of Transportation's Disadvantaged Businesses Enterprise. The amendment requires states to report on the extent to which small businesses in the DBE program actually receive grants, contracts, or subcontracts using DOT funds, and disaggregate the small business data by the categories of gender, race, and ethnicity, and the location within the state. So allow me to thank you, the Rules Committee, for considering my amendments and respectfully request that you allow me to offer these amendments on the House floor. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Well, thank you very much. And let me again remind everybody, all the witnesses, if you could come back in about 15 minutes in case people have questions. Let me say to my committee members, you can keep your video on, just please mute before walking away. You can log out if you prefer, but do not need to. So you can return in 15 minutes. And then we have like, I think 7 votes here. And so I will work out with Mr. Cole how we should proceed. Again, we want the witnesses to come back for any questions, but after that, it seems that's an awful long time to be in recess because we still have a lot of people to testify. So when we come back in 15 minutes, we can figure out how we'll proceed the rest of the afternoon. So with that, the committee stands in recess subject to the call of the chair. Again, I expect it in 15 minutes if we can. Comes to order. Let me yield to Mr. Cole. I think it's a unanimous consent request.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The two unanimous consent requests I have is first, have to place into the record the statement of Glenn Thompson, gentleman from Pennsylvania, in support of his amendment, which is number 176. And then I would also, Mr. Chairman, like to place into the record the statement of administration policy on HR 2, which notes that when this bill to be sent to the president's desk, his administrators or his advisors would recommend a veto.
Okay, without objection. And I would like, without objection, to submit for the record a statement from Mr. McNerney, a statement from Ms. Omar, and a statement from Mr. Langevin. Now, I think we still have, I hear from the previous panel, Mr. Cole, do you have any questions of the previous panel?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Courtney, are you still there? Well, I'm not sure if Mr. Courtney's coming back, but
Is it unmuted? It's unmuted.
yeah, but I would just on the I would without making a decision on whether this amendment's in order, or his amendment on the heavier truck size and weights are in order or not, I would just like to introduce for the record a list of groups that are opposed to his second amendment on heavier trucks and sizes and weights. Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety, the Center for Auto Safety, Citizens for Reliable and Safe Highways, Coalition Against Bigger Trucks, the Connecticut State Police Union sent a very strong letter opposed to it, the Consumer Federation of America, Parents Against Tired Truckers, the Teamsters Union is opposed to it, the Trauma Foundation, and the Truck Safety Coalition is against it. And let me just say, as some of you may know, I've been particularly concerned with issues of highway safety for a long time, and I'm particularly sensitive to any changes to federal truck size or weight standards. I even got a letter last month to Chairman DeFazio, which had the support of over 80 members, urging him to oppose any provision in the Surface Transportation Bill that would increase size or weight standards on the interstate. Generally, we don't allow trucks that are heavier than 80,000 pounds on our interstates. And that's not just an arbitrary number. We know that even modest size increases put all motorists at risk, including truck drivers themselves, which is one of the reasons why the Teamsters Union is against this. Because the bigger the truck, the harder it is to stop. And allowing vehicles to weigh up to 100,000 pounds on an interstate is certainly more than a modest increase. So I appreciate that this amendment intends to narrowly address a state-specific issue, but I fear that this may have unintended consequences for eroding highway safety across the country. I mean, if states can negate federal safety standards on their portion of the interstate system, then what's to stop every state from asking for an exemption? We could see a piecemeal erosion of the federal protections until there are no portions that actually adhere to what we know is safe. So whether or not this provision becomes a part of HR 2, I think it is an issue that demands significant and further study. And I'd also like to submit for the record a letter from the executive director of the Connecticut State Police Union in opposition to this. And again, we haven't decided yet how this amendment will be dealt with, but I and I appreciate the spirit in which it is offered, but I just have some significant concerns about it. I just thought I should state that for the record as we proceed. Are there any other questions of any of the panelists?
Mr. Chairman,
Who am I hearing from? Who's that?
that's Sheila Jackson Lee, in
Oh,
case there are no questions.
Yeah, okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, Ms. Jackson Lee, you had a statement
Yes.
or question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Right.
First of all, let me thank you again for allowing me to present my amendments. And as well, let me just summarize to know that the amendments dealing with the metro system are amendments that can apply across the nation to helping cities build their mass transit. But I wanted to, the amendment number 310 dealing with bike safety. I want to acknowledge that it's supported by Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety, Transport Workers Union, Consumer Federation of America, Centers for Auto Safety, Consumers for Auto Reliability and Safety, Truck Safety Coalition, Citizens for Reliable and Safe Highways, and Parents Against Tired Truckers and Trauma Foundation. I'd also ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, if I could submit into the record the Houston Chronicle article regarding my amendment 313, Interstate 45 realignment would cut through a historic neighborhood. This applies to the intrusion of highways in cities and counties across America. 158 houses, 433 apartments or condos, 486 public housing, 340 businesses and churches and others. But I ask unanimous consent to put this article into the record related to 313.
Without objection. Let me
Thank
ask
you.
Anybody on the Republican side have any questions? Mr. Cole already went, Mr. Woodall, or Mr. Burgess, Ms. Lesko, anybody? Anyone on the Democratic side have any questions of the panel before I?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I just had a quick question for Ms. Jackson Lee on that 313.
Yes, sir.
On that I-45 construction project, has that been started yet, or is it just in the design phase?
It's in the design phase. We have a local modal organization that has begun to give approval on the local level, seeking to work with just a myriad of communities and neighbors. Has not been done yet. And the state agency, which gets federal dollars to do this, has not been listening to the local community. But no, it is not, no construction begins. It may begin by somewhere after 2021. And that's why I want to get us in a posture to look at all the damage, but also the historic impact, and really to try and find some basis of common ground if they will take into consideration these issues.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for Mr. Wahlberg too. On your amendment to add the mode of transportation, did this come up in committee?
As far as I know, no. Probably Representative Burgess could answer that as well. But no, this was just an opportunity to make a simple amendment that addresses the concerns, I think also the concerns we've seen in recent times about profiling that's going on. Just make sure that we ask that question, what mode of transportation was involved? And I think we'll have a better idea for the future of the type of profiling that's going on.
Well, and I can appreciate the amendment and the concern you have. I'm not sure that's the kind of profiling that is being addressed in this section of the bill, which is much more on racial and ethnic kinds of grounds. I think that's the purpose of that, not the mode of transportation. But, the request you're making is not that big a one, because it certainly could be one more little box. Is it a car? Is it a truck? Is it a motorcycle? But,
well, you add that to a minority motorcyclist, and you add a bit more than my wife and I with leathers on that may have our hog patches on the back and abate patches on. But you add that racial aspect as well as it could be. And there have been communities that have run motorcycle-only checkpoints that can be abused, and I stand strongly against that, as well as profiling in general. But I think it's a good point to make, and I'd sure appreciate you considering.
All right, thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Any other member of the committee wish to ask a question? Seeing none, I would like to thank our witnesses for their testimony, and thank you for coming back. You are all excused.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the ranking member, Sheila Jackson Lee. Thank you.
Thank you. Now our next panel is Mr. Grothman, Mr. Hearn, Mr. Costa, Mr. Cohen, Mr. Gianforte, Mr. Perry, and Mr. Woodall. Mr. Grothman, why don't you begin?
Oh, wait, they need to be promoted.
We just have to be patient here. I'm going too fast, I'm told.
I just don't think that's true, Mr. Chairman. I will stand up for you against anyone who accuses you of that going forward.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's so reassuring to know I have such friends, and you always have my back.
I have to step out again to go vote.
Okay. Just leave you just mute and leave your screen on if you could. So you know what? I don't see Mr. Groffman here yet. So Mr. Hearn, I see you. So why don't we begin with you, if that's okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see everyone today. Thank you for allowing me to testify today before your committee. I have 4 amendments to H.R. 2, the Invest in America Act, submitted before your committee today. Infrastructure is a critically important issue to my district, so I'm grateful for the opportunity to represent my constituents by appearing here before you today. As a background, I served 5 years in the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority as the Finance Committee Chair, so I've seen a lot of what it costs to build a road and all the dealings that go with infrastructure as it pertains to the turnpike system in Oklahoma, which is one of the largest in the country. My 4 amendments focus on our country's needs and what should be priorities when it comes to an infrastructure package. First and most important, we all understand and agree that infrastructure is a large expenditure, but a necessary expenditure. However, we must save money where we can. Therefore, I'm submitting the Davis-Bacon Amendment. Second, we must speed the process up and get rid of the unnecessary red tape. These projects aren't going to be done overnight, but changes need to be made so projects can start sooner and end faster. And third is that funding should first go to improving existing infrastructure that Americans rely on daily instead of new projects that are not necessary for day-to-day use by Americans. My first amendment, number 348, is commonly referred to as the Davis-Bacon Amendment. Since 1935, the Davis-Bacon Act has placed onerous requirements on all federally funded assisted construction projects, those contracts that total more than $2,000. This red tape is both burdensome for federal contractors and an unnecessary expense to taxpayers. My amendment would disallow any funds from H.R. 2 from being used to implement Davis-Bacon requirements. My amendment is crucial for our country's well-being for many reasons. Prevailing wage requirements like Davis-Bacon drive up construction costs by effectively requiring all contractors to pay the union scale in order to receive a contract. Open shop contractors are effectively barred from competing on price as a result, and taxpayers end up paying as much as 35% more for the same projects. Previous CBO estimates show that repealing Davis-Bacon would save $13 billion over 10 years. At a time when our country's taxpayers and businesses are truly struggling, the federal government should not be getting in the way of progress. I respectfully ask that my amendment be ruled in order. Next, I'd like to discuss amendment number 362, which I submitted for your consideration today. The federal government has an embarrassing track record of unnecessarily delaying construction projects. From an outsider's perspective, it almost seems intentional that the Washington bureaucracy delays much needed infrastructure upgrades and repairs due to unnecessary regulation. Existing projects that simply require upgrades and repairs should not require an additional costly and time-consuming environmental impact study. This current tradition is duplicative and abhorrently wasteful. My amendment simply states that projects that do not change the nature of the specific piece of infrastructure should not need to undergo another environmental impact study and should be deemed approved. It is time to cut the red tape and allow progress to be made on infrastructure that will ensure continued prosperity for millions of Americans. I respectfully ask that my amendment be ruled in order. Additionally, I've submitted number 363 to provide for the expedition of Federal Highway Commission approvals. Time is money. This is especially important to keep in mind when discussing hard-earned taxpayer money. When it comes to infrastructure, we cannot afford to wait a moment longer than necessary before beginning an authorized project. My amendment speeds up the timeline for project approval by requiring that any case in which a state makes an inquiry to the Federal Highway Commission regarding approval for a project and the Federal Highway Commission does not respond to such an inquiry in 90 calendar days, the project shall be deemed to be approved. It is no secret that government bureaucracies take far too long to accomplish anything because of harsh regulations and red tape. In order to improve our nation's infrastructure, swift action is imperative. America is a first world country with third world infrastructure, while the people continue moving forward. They can't afford crumbling roads and bridges slowing them down. By adding this amendment, we will be bypassing the harsh reality of slow processes and begin rebuilding America promptly. The American people do not have the option to slow down. It is time to deliver our end of the deal by providing swift action to rebuild our infrastructure. I respectfully ask my amendment be ruled in order. And finally, I have submitted amendment number 365 to prioritize current public safety initiatives in HR 2. I heard in most of your opening remarks, and I think we can all agree that much of our existing highway infrastructure is outdated, unsafe, and simply unfit for public use. To improve the state of our current infrastructure, we must look at the underlying issue. In most cases, the issue is that our roads and bridges have not been restored in the last 50 years, but rather temporarily fixed using a patchwork system that is not conducive to our country's long-term infrastructure needs. Our crumbling roads and bridges are hazardous to the public, and their repairs must be prioritized before new infrastructure projects can be prioritized. Without this refocusing of our priorities, our existing infrastructure will be continued to deteriorate and will be effectively kicking the can down the road yet again. These are roads and bridges that hardworking Americans rely on every day. They cannot be ignored for the sake of a new infrastructure that will also need attention and funds in the coming years, which will cause new competition for funds that should be going to existing roads and bridges. My amendment states that in order to be eligible to receive funding, a state or unit of local government shall prioritize the strategic priorities of the Federal Highway Administration. I respectfully ask that my amendment be ruled in order, and I thank you for your time, and I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Is Mr. Grothman here yet? Okay. I'm going to go to Mr. Costa. Mr. Costa? I don't see Mr. Costa.
Should be on.
Okay, Mr. Cohen? Let me go to Mr. Gianforte.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you may proceed. Thank you for being here.
Great. Thank you, Chairman McGovern and members of the Rules Committee. I thank you for the opportunity to testify here. I offer a number of amendments. The first one is to correct an oversight in the Bureau of Reclamation that will allow the Kinsey Irrigation Company and Sydney Water Users Irrigation District in Montana to continue to have access to project use power under the PICS loan program. Both projects have received project use power for more than 70 years, during that 70-year period, their contracts have...
Mr. Gianforte, can you hold 1 second? Can I ask all members to make sure they mute their are on mute so that there's no interference? Thank you. I'm sorry, you may proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so both of these projects have received project use power for 70 years. And during that 70-year period, their contracts have been modified and renewed multiple times. However, in 2017, both of these irrigation districts were informed that they would no longer be eligible for project use power and that their contract will expire this year, December 2020, and will not be renewed. Under the current project use power contract, power costs amount to about 2.5% of the irrigation district's total annual operating budget. If the project use power contracts are not renewed at the project use power rates, the Sydney and Kinsey power costs would consume 30 to 40% of their annual operating budgets. Losing the project use power would not only induce negative economic impacts on these families, farmers, businesses, and workers, but it would also put both irrigation districts at risk of going out of business. Today, Kinsey and Sydney serve more than 130 family farms and irrigate nearly 12,000 acres of farmland in eastern Montana. My amendment resolves this issue, preventing the power costs from these projects from skyrocketing and overwhelming these systems, keeping these irrigation districts in business and ensuring our family farms continue to have access to irrigation. The fix would keep the status quo and would cap the project use power usage at current usage levels. Because of this, the legislation has had widespread support from 20 diverse groups, including the local power providers, the Montana Dakota Utilities Company, and the Lower Yellowstone Rural Electric Co-op. I urge you to adopt this amendment. I've also joined Representative Marshall from Kansas to offer an amendment regarding electronic logging devices on commercial trucks. Electronic logging devices are more Washington red tape that ties up our truckers and puts livestock and Montana livelihoods at risk. Cattle producers are struggling right now with low beef prices, and we don't want to make it harder for them to sell their cattle. Our amendment provides continued flexibility for cattle haulers to preserve livestock health and welfare and reduce the unnecessary burden this federal mandate pushes onto Montana small truckers, farmers, and ranchers. And finally, I wish to focus on port infrastructure. For too long, Governor Inslee in the state of Washington have unconstitutionally interfered with interstate commerce by subverting the 401 permit process of the Federal Water Pollution Control Act to prevent construction of export terminals. I've joined with Mr. McKinley of West Virginia and Representative Cheney of Wyoming to offer an amendment to resolve this. Our amendment ensures that if Washington state refuses to follow the law, the permitting process would still move forward. This package of legislation is about improving America's infrastructure and getting America back to work, building a port that will support good union jobs in Washington state, and jobs across America should be a bipartisan winner. I thank you for your time today, Mr. Chairman, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I see Mr. Cohen. You could proceed.
I'm here, I think. Can you hear me or see me?
I can see and hear
There
you.
I am. There I am.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment that would amend the portion of the law that I appreciate transportation putting in that would limit the smaller airports that got an unbelievable windfall out of the CARES Act. There was a glitch in the way the Senate did the formula, and if an airport had no debt, even if it was a real small airport that only had $1 million or $2 million budget a year, they got $18 million. And so there were about, give or take, a dozen airports that had like $1 million to $4 million annual budget, but they got $18 million from the CARES Act. And there were other big airports that had hundreds of millions of dollars of budget, and they got about the same. That was wrong, and they said it was a problem in their formula. So what they did is they said you can only get, they limited it to $4 million, which was still a windfall beyond anything it should have been. And they told people, those airports, you can get the rest of your money, it's $14 million, after the 4 years if you come up with some type of a program where you're going to spend some money. And that's absurd because that wasn't where the money was supposed to go. It was supposed to go to the airports that maybe have debt because they're growing and need the money. And so this amendment, which in the bill, they don't let those airports get any money out of this money that's being appropriated. But my amendment would just make clear that they wouldn't get any of the monies that they said they might get over the $4 million, and no agreement, no promise, no policy based on the CARES Act money, in essence, would allow them to get any of this money at all. They got an unbelievable windfall. It was not right. It wasn't what was intended, but it happened. And so I just wanted to make clear that they're not going to get any money out of here. And I would hope the committee would approve that because this was just a big glitch by FAA. Big glitch on the shouldn't have gone there because it should have been based in our bill. All the money's based on the folks, the passengers you have, and passengers is a better criteria of what size airport and what type of monies you should get from the federal government, and not simply that you don't have debt. Some of these airports, I think, had a wind socket and a grass field. So I would ask that you approve the amendment. It's just a safeguard on logical appropriations of government monies.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Mr. Grothman? I see you.
So am I gone?
You have.
Now I gotta talk. Now I gotta talk.
Questions.
I will call you later, okay?
All right.
Bye. Okay.
I'm still on here, George. Okay.
Right, and you can make sure, everybody who's not.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, but everybody who's not speaking, mute yourself so that we can hear Mr. Grothman. Thank you.
Can't hear you. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. Now I can hear you. Okay, we've been before your committee, I think, last year on a similar sort of amendment. It concerns dams and building new dams. And as you know, over time in this country, we try to tear down the dams so that the fish can swim upstream. At least that's what we did in the DNR when I was a state legislator. And as far as I can see, it's a federal priority as well. And, you know, it's kind of amazing the degree to which we have so many more fish than we used to. But we have a problem on one of the dams in my district. We have a problem in that invasive species, if they put in a fish ladder, are going to go further upstream. They'll destroy all the lakes in northern Wisconsin. In the past, Mark Pocan has done this with me. He's very supportive. We want to talk about him. I guess he has a deal that he's not going to sign any amendments this time. He's got some other things going on. But it mirrors a bipartisan bill, HR 380, which just requires the DNR to consider the threat of invasive species when installing fishways. And it basically is brought to my attention because the Wisconsin River, which is the biggest river in the state, if they ever put a fishway on the dam near Prairie du Sac, you would have these invasive carp going all the way into northern Wisconsin, destroying the rivers, destroying the lakes. They may even work their way over to Lake Michigan and destroy the Great Lakes. So we just want to put it into statute that federal decision makers have to consider the threat of invasive species when they install a fishway. Is that a good thing? And if you don't believe me, Mark Pocan will straighten you out.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'll now turn to Mr. Costa.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Rules Committee. I know you're busy and you've got a lot of amendments. For the record, I'd like unanimous consent to submit letters of support, beginning with 8 of my California colleagues who are supporting the amendment to HR 2, Congressman Cox, Garamendi, Harder, Panetta, Carbajal, Linda Sanchez, Tony Cardenas, and Lou Correa that reflects Southern California, the Central Coast, and the San Joaquin Valley, because this legislation benefits all of California. And I might add 18 other states that have Bureau of Reclamation projects in them. Another letter of support by environmental organizations and others, the Environmental Defense Fund, the Nature Conservancy, a host of water districts, as well as ag organizations that are also in support of the legislation. And finally, a letter from the governor's office, Secretary Wade Crowfoot, who is the Secretary of Resources, who believes this amendment to HR 2 would help out our efforts to deal with the challenges we have in California's long-term water needs. So without any objection.
Without objection. Without objection.
This legislation proposed amendment has broad support and no opposition that I am aware of. I want to thank Mr. Chairman, you and Ranking Member Cole and my colleagues on the Rules Committee. As you know, water is challenging, especially in the West, and California in particular is recovering from the worst drought in recorded history. Our water infrastructure is a combination of local, state, and federal projects built over the last 100 years, and it's aging. My amendment would provide critical funding to build resiliency and meet the federal government's obligation to communities that are served by the federal water infrastructure. This amendment would authorize $275 million for combination of habitat and ecosystem restoration, refuge and water development, acquisition and conveyance for environmental monitoring, which is one of the reasons that we've got good environmental support, $25 million for sustainable groundwater management practices. We in California passed 2 years ago at the state level, important landmark legislation that requires us to just over the next 10 years our overdraft to get our water use in balance. Provides $100 million for new water smart grants aimed at providing drinking water to disadvantaged communities. We have disadvantaged communities all over the country. These communities in this amendment are defined as one that has a median income of less than 80% of the state's median income, where water supply fails to meet the primary drinking water standards under the Safe Drinking Water Act. It would also authorize $400 million for repairs to water conveyance facilities necessary to carry out provisions with this amendment. There are also some other elements to the amendment to address clean drinking water and canal repairs. The amendment would increase efficiency and impact those goals by allowing more projects to qualify to targeted drinking water programs to communities who are in critical need of help. I had a small town in my district last Wednesday by the name of Dos Palos, 5,000 people, and they get their water 10 miles away from one of the canals that would benefit the California Aqueduct. It's a federal state project. The algae had built up so badly that in 102 and 104 degree temperatures last Wednesday and Thursday, Friday, the city's entire water system was shut down. We're now getting it back, but we've got a plan to build a new water system, and this would help significantly. It also would have a transformative effect on ecosystem impact by drought. We've lived off the investments our fathers and mothers and our grandparents made generations ago. This opportunity in the Moving Forward Act would make necessary investments to carry out in the future, and we shouldn't let this opportunity bypass us. Senator Feinstein supports this amendment as well. And I know of no opposition to the measure, and that's my testimony, Mr. Chairman. And I thank you for your time. And members of the committee.
Thank you very much. Mr. Perry? I don't see him. So, Mr. Woodall?
I am with you, Mr. Chairman.
You can testify. You have an amendment, I guess.
I do indeed, and you probably saw it when you were looking at things you wanted to make in order earlier. It is very similar to Mr. Courtney's amendment in that right now our perishable goods in the state of Georgia travel on state roads, and in many of our jurisdictions, the interstate highway system is the more direct and safer way to move. I heard your concerns about truck safety earlier. I share those concerns. And if we were going to pass a federal law to ban heavy trucks on the road, then we might not need this amendment. But the law as it exists today puts those heavy trucks in my neighborhood, in my school zone, moving around state roads that are narrower and built at a much earlier time than many of our state-of-the-art federal highway systems. Recognizing that not only is there a safety benefit from moving vehicles, traffic off of and out of school zones and onto major interstates, but there's also a perishability issue, whether you're talking about concrete hardening in the back of a concrete truck or strawberries spoiling on their way to market. There is an economic need to be able to move with great haste. Again, as Mr. Courtney said, I'm not talking about raising the weight limits of any vehicle that's on the road today. I'm talking about recognizing the vehicles that are on the road today, making sure that they are on the road in the way that is most safe for the families that travel those very same roads back home in our districts. I'm sponsoring this amendment. It's actually a piece of legislation that I have introduced with Sanford Bishop as my co-sponsor, and am offering just a cut and paste of that legislation as an amendment to this bill today. And I yield back.
Thank you very much, and let me see whether Mr. Perry is here with us or not. I don't see him, but I think everybody other than him that was scheduled on this panel have testified. Mr. Cole, do you have any questions or comments?
Hello, Mr. Chairman. I hear you're looking for Mr. Perry unless you selected someone else yet.
Yeah, I don't, is Mr. Perry here? Oh, then, Mr. Perry, then you, oh, there you are, okay. Then you can testify. I didn't see you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity. I'm going to testify on behalf of a few amendments that I have that I hope to have ruled and ordered and then in order. And then I would like to also testify on behalf of a couple other amendments from other members. So I'm going to start with Amendment 220. This amendment prohibits the provision of loans or loan guarantees for high-speed rail projects that are not in compliance with FRA Tier 3 safety standards. This would prohibit the highly controversial Texas Central Railroad high-speed rail project from receiving federal loans or loan guarantees. The project cost has gone from $10 billion to $30 billion, turning this project into the next California train disaster, at least financially. The company has repeatedly told the public and elected officials that this project would be privately funded. The company has since flip-flopped on that promise and is actively seeking taxpayer dollars. The company continues to face insurmountable hurdles before they can even begin construction of the project, including lacking financial feasibility, lack of eminent domain authority, failure to gain approvals from the Surface Transportation Board, potential safety and flooding issues, and near uniform opposition from local and state officials. There's simply no reason for Pennsylvania taxpayers, or quite honestly, any other taxpayer from across the country, to be on the hook for this failing project. I would also like to thank Representative Brady, Wright, Babin, Weber, and Flores for co-sponsoring this amendment, and I ask the committee to support it and protect their own taxpayers from liability from this, again, failing project. And moving on, Amendment 327. This amendment strikes Subtitle G of Title IV, requiring the Secretary of Treasury to assess and report on the utility of EPA's greenhouse gas reporting program data for the purpose of assessing a tax on greenhouse gas emissions. To be clear, the report required under this subtitle is the first step toward imposing a carbon tax that will massively increase the cost of electricity, gasoline, and every other consumer good. This tax scheme is inherently regressive as low-income individuals spend more of their income on their energy and transportation needs. Moreover, this will increase the cost of the production and transportation of all goods, every single one, increasing the price paid by consumers and increasing the overall cost of living. Again, disproportionately harming the poorest and most vulnerable Americans. It will also decrease after-tax wages and reduce the incentive to work. A November 2019 Tax Foundation study found that a $50 per metric ton carbon tax applied only to energy-related carbon emission would result in the loss of 421,000 full-time equivalent jobs. The impacts of the tax envisioned under Subtitle G will likely cause significantly more job losses as it extends beyond the energy sector. While this regressive, job-killing tax scheme is a bad idea during good economic times, it's absolutely unconscionable during the current economic crisis and simply must be stopped. At this time, I'd like to thank Representatives Kelly, King, Abraham, McKinley, Gosar, Byrne, and Gomert for co-sponsoring this amendment, and I urge the committee to support this amendment and protect all their taxpayers and citizens from this regressive tax scheme. Amendment 342. This amendment requires the EPA's Chesapeake Bay Program Office to conduct analysis to estimate the uncertainty of models used in carrying out the Chesapeake Bay program, which is reauthorized in this bill. This is a simple, good government measure that intends to improve our understanding of the water quality issues impacting the Chesapeake Bay and improving our ability to actually resolve these issues. It is also about ensuring that the Chesapeake Bay Program Office, the EPA, and the American people understand the uncertainties inherent in the modeling suite. Quite honestly, I don't even know why we're modeling. I don't know why we just don't get the data directly, but that's beside the point. The models play a central role in planning, implementing, and enforcing the cleanup efforts in the Bay watershed, and accounting for their uncertainty is essential to succeeding in our efforts, as it allows the models to be used to the degree of certainty they would actually provide. Estimating the level of uncertainty and providing this information in an open and transparent manner is vital to building the public support and confidence needed for the program to succeed. My constituents don't have any trust in it right now. They don't believe it, and there's no reason to believe it. These are the reasons why the Scientific and Technical Advisory Committee has recommended 6 times, starting in 2005, for the office to conduct a formal uncertainty analysis. Most recently, in 2017, STAC recommended the shift to a more data-driven modeling approach elevates the need for a more comprehensive discussion of model performance and diagnostics, with some consideration of how the model uncertainties might affect decisions on load allocation. Now, the Chesapeake Bay Program Office has simply ignored these recommendations for 14 years with impunity. Let me tell you, folks, the fees that are being required by municipalities to comply, they can't be ignored. You go to jail or they take your property away. The fear of transparency and accountability at the office should be concerning to every single member of Congress. Simply requiring the office to comply with numerous STAC recommendations that improve our understanding of the Bay's water quality is not a partisan issue. Rather, it's a vital step necessary to ensure these cleanup efforts are successful. I urge the support of this amendment and ensure that we are working with the best information available when conducting Bay cleanup efforts. Amendment 383. This amendment prohibits Buy America waivers. So the waiver, the requirement for zero emission buses. So folks that want to use zero emission buses now want a waiver. And this amendment prohibits the waiver to Buy American. So you would have to buy American for a zero emission bus. It's vital to remind everyone that the phrase zero emission vehicle is a deceptive and misleading labeling practice, as it fails to account for the emissions related to energy intensive battery manufacturing processes and the power generation necessary to recharge the battery. This reality not only limits the net emissions reduction offered by a transition to these vehicles, it requires significant amounts of rare earth minerals necessary for battery production. Rare earth minerals that actually aren't rare. We make it feasible for us to get them in this country from our own country, such that China has a stranglehold over the component mineral supply chains and the battery manufacturing industry, using even child labor to retrieve the minerals out of Africa. China is projected to supply around 2/3 of global battery demand in 2020, 2/3. The extremely energy intensive manufacturing process will be powered largely by coal well into the future. So just consider today, 70% of China's power is generated at coal-fired plants, and they will continue to generate over half of the nation's power through 2040, which, according to Mark Mills at the Manhattan Institute, means that over the lifespan of the batteries, there would be more carbon dioxide emissions associated with the manufacturing of them than would be offset by using those batteries to, say, replace the internal combustion engine. So they're actually not zero emission. They're actually more emissions. It's important to note that these projections likely underestimate the emissions in question, as they were published prior to China's recently announced plans to massively expand coal-generated capacity while cutting funding for renewables by 40%. There's simply nothing environmentally friendly about relying on Chinese batteries for zero-emission vehicles, and not to mention the national security implications. We simply should not be rewarding our enemies in the majority's pursuit of the Green New Deal. And I just urge your support in this amendment to ensure the bill does not further outsource our manufacturing base to China in pursuit of non-existent environmental benefits. And finally, speaking in favor of Amendment 273 from Representative LaMalfa, this bill strikes the changes to credit risk premiums for RIF loans. The underlying bill weakens the required credit risk premiums for RIF loans. This undermines these important taxpayer protections provided by these premiums and increases the likelihood of default on the loans. I don't know why we would do that. This is Railroad Rehab Investment Fund. This irresponsible provision, combined with the extension of RIF loans to passenger rail projects and high-speed rail projects, ensure that the RIF program will become a significant liability for taxpayers. I just don't know why we would reduce the requirement. Time after time, these projects have demonstrated a lack of financial viability and resulted in significant waste and abuse. Lowering the credit risk premiums creates a moral hazard that will decrease the financial responsibility of projects and lead to more federal funding being allocated to unrealistic projects like the California High-Speed Rail Project and the Texas Central Rail Project. Representative LaMalfa's amendment would strike this section and end the majority's efforts to remove taxpayer protections, and I urge support of this amendment. And finally, Amendment 355 from Representative Lesko. This amendment ensures that states who issue driver's license to illegal aliens do not receive federal highway funds. In 13 states and the District of Columbia, so-called green light laws allow illegal immigrants to obtain driver's licenses. Given that states automatically register people to vote when they apply for driver's licenses, this also opens up for significant potential for voter fraud. Moreover, we've seen states refuse to provide information to DHS from their motor vehicle databases, which actually undermines the purpose of Real ID and threatens the security of our nation. Increasing access to government services serves as a magnet to bring illegal immigrants to our nation. We simply must ensure states pay a price for their continued efforts to flout our nation's laws and undermine our own national security. I thank Representative Lesko for introducing this amendment and urge your support. With that, Mr. Chairman, I am honored to have the time to advocate for my amendments, and I yield back any time that I may have and stand ready for your questions.
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank all those who testified. I don't really have any questions, although I probably should say for the record that I'm not only opposed to amendments that increase truck size and truck weights that are offered by Democrats. I also opposed to them when they're offered by Republicans as well. If a state is allowing trucks on state and local roads that exceed federal limits, and those roads are being damaged, the fix is not to move the damage to the interstate, it's to change the state and local limits to protect the roads and local motorists. And the amendment that Mr. Woodall put forward defines vehicles hauling a perishable product or commodity so broadly that virtually anything could be exempted from federal weight limits. And, the perishable consideration is designed to sound reasonable, but I think it's a red herring, quite frankly. If you need to ship more than 80,000 pounds of perishable goods, just use 2 trucks. It'll still get there in time, and it won't put the lives unnecessarily in danger in the process. Let me just say, maybe it's because I have sat down and talked to countless families who have lost loved ones to accidents that have been caused by big trucks. That I feel so strongly about this, but I really do, and I get it. I mean, everybody has a reasonable exemption they think they want to make, but if you keep on making exemptions, then you might as well just null and void any limits, because that's what will end up happening. And so I think I come down on this on the side of public safety very strongly. Anyway, I appreciate everybody's testimony. I have no questions. I'll yield to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, if he has any questions or comments.
Mr. Woodall.
What?
He stepped away, Mr. Woodall.
Oh, then Mr. Cole is no longer, I stepped away, so I'll yield to Mr. Woodall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will comment on your response to the Woodall amendment, which was introduced to increase road safety and not diminish it. And I think that's an important
No, I know
an
that's
important concern.
I know that's the intention, but I think to me anyway, my belief is that the result would be, it would make road safety more hazardous, but we'll agree to disagree.
Well, and I think that's exactly the reason you see these amendments here. We talked earlier about how the process in the Transportation Committee had not been as bipartisan as we'd hoped. You have Mr. Courtney here with an amendment that is favored in a bipartisan way. I'm here with an amendment that a bill has been introduced in a bipartisan way. Perhaps these win on the floor, perhaps they lose on the floor, but the time to have a debate about whether we're have an opportunity to improve road safety or not shouldn't be in the Rules Committee. It should be on the floor of the House, and I hope, but not just the Woodall Amendment, but the Grothman Amendments, the Perry Amendments, and the Hearn Amendments, Gianforte Amendments. I hope we'll have a chance to make all of those in order again. They may lose on the floor of the House, but the process we've had up to this point, I would argue, has not been worthy of the world's most deliberative body, but the Rules Committee has an opportunity to correct that today, and I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Torres.
I have no comments. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is Mr. Perry still part of our panel?
He's here.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you about the Central Texas Railroad since you mentioned it.
Yes, sir, Mr. Burgess.
My understanding was that was being built with private investment, not with federal money. Is that is your understanding different?
This amendment, my understanding is that is what has been told to the people of the country as well as the people of the great state of Texas. But recently, or more recently, the company has been interested in taxpayer guaranteed loans for that project. And this amendment seeks to ensure that taxpayer loans are not available for that venture, as it was not ever envisioned to be financed by taxpayer guaranteed loans. And so this would be, they have changed their request, and this just seeks to keep them on track with what their original request was, which was to finance it wholly from the private sector and leave the taxpayers out of it.
Okay, I wasn't aware that the request had changed. So much of that project, and I recognize there's some concern on the part of some people, but it was a project that was envisioned to be built without federal money, and the land acquisition for that project really proceeded in a way that I thought was exemplary, in that they did not rely on condemnation. They worked with landowners and worked with the as far as placing the infrastructure in a place where it would be least intrusive on the landscape. So I just wouldn't want us to be doing anything that would interfere with what the original intent of the project was.
Intention, neither does this amendment, of interfering with the original intent. As long as the original intent, this amendment, even when passed and signed into law, will be irrelevant.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Thank you. I see Mr. Cole came back. I don't know if you want to add anything, Mr. Cole.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Perlmutter.
No, happy not to send any money to Texas on this project. So I'm happy with that. I yield back.
Ms. Lesko.
No questions, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Raskin. Ms. Scanlon.
No questions.
Mr. Morelli. Ms. Shalala.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Matsui? Does any other member of the committee wish to ask a question? Seeing none, I would like to thank our witnesses for your testimony. You are now excused.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your efforts.
Thank you. So I think the committee is going to stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair. So I think we will vote on this vote right now, and then we will vote on the next vote right after that and then come back up here. I think that makes more sense. So hopefully that won't be more than about 15 minutes. So the committee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair. We want to go to our next panel. We have, it consists of Mr. Burgess, Mr. Graves, Mr. Crawford, and Mr. Cicilline. And so with that, I would happy to yield to Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have an amendment. It's amendment number 380 to HR 2. And this amendment raises the threshold of covered projects under NEPA to $1 billion and allows projects with marginal environmental impact to be excluded from NEPA review. So this amendment makes a modest change to the National Environmental Protection Act, or NEPA, to ensure strong environmental protections while modernizing NEPA to reflect the reality of today's projects. Beg your pardon.
Mr. Graves, can you turn your video on? There you go.
It does raise the NEPA minimum threshold from 200 million to 1 billion. Gives the Council on Environmental Quality the authority to grant exemptions to projects with little or no environmental impact. According to the American Action Forum, there were 148 projects valued at approximately $220 billion undergoing NEPA review in 2017. By raising the threshold to 1 billion, the federal government can focus its attention on reviewing and accelerating the larger products. By giving the Council on Environmental Quality the ability to exempt projects proven to have minimal environmental impact, important projects can move forward without delay. And I will tell you, I had a number of these in the district that I represent. The very first months that I was, after I was first elected, it was brought to my attention that we had roads that were so unsafe that we were losing multiple people. 6 people died in the first 6 months I was in office on Farmer Market Road 156 because of a problem with the shoulders on the road. Look, the road was already there. It wasn't like we were going to cut the buffalo herds in half again. There were no snail darters along the route, and it only made sense to proceed with, from a safety perspective, to proceed with that. And yet it took an unreasonable amount of time to go once again through the NEPA process. So this is a common sense amendment I'd urge support to amendment number 380 to HR 2.
Thank you very much. Mr. Graves?
Wait, not so fast.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, I also want to just mention on the Mr. Wahlberg's amendment that he presented on. It's a good amendment, and it adds mode of transportation to the criteria for collection of data on traffic stops. I think that's something that we should support. I think there is a good reason to do that. And as chairman, co-chairman of the Motorcycle Caucus, I support Mr. Wahlberg in that amendment. And then finally, Mr. Balderson has amendment number 250 to HR 2, which strikes the term lane splitting in section 5304 of the transportation bill and inserts descriptive language to better account for varying state laws. Section 5304 of HR 2 establishes a study on safe interactions between automated vehicles and road users. For many who operate a motorcycle, it's an efficient mode of transportation. And one component of this includes studying motorcyclists and bikers and operating in close proximity to vehicles, including lane splitting. This amendment provides a more descriptive definition of lane splitting to operating between lanes of slow or stop traffic in order to better account for this type of activity. Ensuring this study fully examines all road users will facilitate safe deployment of automated vehicles, and I urge that the amendment be made in order. And now I yield back.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry to have cut you short. I didn't mean to. Mr. Graves.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to join me today, and I want to commend all of your patience. I know, I think I saw 380 amendments on this bill, so I commend the Rules Committee for their patience in making it through all of this. And again, thanks for the opportunity. We have, I believe it's 10 amendments filed, some ourselves and some with other members, many of them bipartisan, including the one I wanted to highlight for you. It's amendment number 288. The base text of the bill on page 1116, I believe, includes $10 billion in funding for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, $10 billion for construction. What our amendment does is it simply clarifies that The 10 billion is available for all authorized Corps of Engineer projects. And Mr. Chairman, I think you're aware that Corps of Engineer projects have to be separately authorized for construction after the Corps of Engineers goes through an engineering, an economic, and an environmental analysis. That report is transmitted to the Congress. The Congress then determines to authorize or not authorize that project for construction. As drafted, the language potentially excludes a major construction component, which is known as the Mississippi River and Tributaries Program, which of course is the tributaries everywhere from Minnesota down to the mouth of the Mississippi and Louisiana. It includes many, many rivers, thousands of miles of rivers. And so this just clarifies eligibility. It does not wall off any penny of money under the provision. The Corps of Engineers could determine that all 10 billion goes elsewhere. There are numerous projects under the Mississippi River and Tributaries account. And so I want to say it again, it does not wall off any money. All it does is it makes the Corps of Engineers look at all eligible construction projects before determining how they're going to allocate that $10 billion in their work plan. And so I urge adoption of that amendment. I would be happy to answer any questions. I understand that the Parles have potentially identified a clause 4 concern, which is why I was so emphatic about this not walling off any money. And as soon as I break from here, I'm going to get back on the phone with the Parles, who I just hung up with, to come testify to make sure that we're all on the same page, because we don't have any desire to wall off or do anything that suggests that this money is being walled off. It simply makes all projects that are authorized by Congress for construction through the Corps of Engineers eligible, and the Corps would make that determination.
Thank you very much. Mr. Crawford, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I have 3 amendments. I'll start with this first one. I believe it's number 59. Is that right? Or is it number 303? At any rate, it is pertaining to state-owned enterprises from the Chinese Communist Party. Last year, Congress passed a landmark bill, Transportation Infrastructure Vehicle Security Act, or what we refer to as TIVSA, to ban federal funds from being used to purchase rolling stock from Chinese state-owned enterprises, or SOEs, or their supported companies. An additional threat has since surfaced. Buses manufactured by Chinese SOEs, ostensibly made in the U.S., but really assembled from shrink-wrapped parts made in China. Companies like Build Your Dreams, that's the actual name of the company, are aiming to flood the American market by undercutting domestic manufacturers. Chinese SOE bus manufacturers have ties to the Chinese military, Huawei, ZTE, and other bad actors, and pose a potential cyber threat to transit riders. This amendment expands the initial TIVSA protections to include buses and protect American industries from SOEs and unfair market practices.
Do you have additional amendments, or?
I do have, I've got a couple more.
Right ahead, yeah.
Okay, this one is 265, 269, has to do with the Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvements Program, or CRISI. It's been an immensely successful program for increasing rail safety across the country. As an example, last year my hometown received a CRISI grant to build a new rail loop in the industrial spur, preventing trains from having to reverse down miles of track. It's small projects like this that CRISI has proven to be most successful at. HR 2 needlessly creates a set-aside of 50% of total funding to cover projects of $100 million or more, even though CRISI has never previously focused on or catered to projects of such magnitude. The 2 amendments I have, 265 and 269, which eliminate and have the set-aside respectively. CRISI is doing too much for underserved communities currently to be gutted by this new mandate. And then the third one, 284, the underlying bill authorizes RIF credit risk premium payments, but only for public applicants. This is a positive step as RIF fails to maximize its authorized potential. Shortline railroads like the North Louisiana and Arkansas that serve my district serve as a critical linchpin across the country for an industry to connect the national transportation network. Expanding eligibility for CRP payments to short lines and other private applicants will ensure that RIF, a program created to assist short lines, will finally meet its intended purpose, and my amendment does exactly that. The Build America Bureau and this administration have leveraged programs like RIF to revolutionize rural infrastructure, and this amendment will help build on those successes across the country.
And is that it, Mr. Crawford?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, those are the amendments that I have.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole and distinguished members of the Rules Committee. I come before the committee in support of my amendment to H.R. 2, the Moving Forward Act, which I'm proud to be a co-sponsor. The Moving Forward Act will invest $1.5 trillion in modern, sustainable infrastructure while creating millions of good-paying jobs, which is critical to address the economic downturn caused by COVID-19. The amendment that I'm offering would establish an interagency innovative materials standards task force, which would issue a report to Congress with findings on how best to utilize new innovative materials and technologies in future infrastructure projects. These innovative materials are used to enhance the overall service life, sustainability, and resiliency of a project. For example, composites, which are when two different materials are combined to create a stronger material, have been proven to be less susceptible to weather corrosion compared to more traditional construction materials. The task force would help identify barriers to a broader adoption of materials such as composites. This task force would be chaired by the director of the National Institute of Standards and Technology and would be composed of the heads of federal agencies responsible for significant civil infrastructure projects, including the administrator of the Federal Highway Administration. In order to ensure that our infrastructure is more resilient and sustainable, it's critical that we encourage the utilization of new technologies and materials while creating good-paying jobs. The creation of this task force will advance the study and deployment of projects that utilize cutting-edge materials and techniques which can help speed construction and improve resilience to corrosion. I thank the chairman and ranking member for their efforts to rebuild our nation's crumbling infrastructure and urge adoption of my amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cicilline. I thank all the witnesses. I have no questions, but let me ask if anyone else says, Mr. Cole.
No, Mr. Chairman, I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Woodall.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Torres. Let's see here. Okay. Mr. Burgess.
I have no further questions, just really urge the committee to make amendment number 380 in order.
Okay. Mr. Perlmutter.
No, just thank the witnesses and yield back.
Ms. Lesko.
No questions, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Raskin. Mr. Raskin, does that mean no questions?
No questions.
Okay. Ms. Scanlon.
No questions. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Morelli.
No questions, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Shalala. Ms. Matsui. No questions? Okay. All right. Okay. Are there any other members who wish to testify on HR 2? Seeing or hearing none, this closes the hearing on the Moving Forward Act. And so the rule is not quite ready, although my hope is that it's almost ready. And so I'm going to urge people to just stick close by. You know, maybe, hopefully it's not going to be that long, but we'll work with the minority on a time. But we're just waiting for a couple of outstanding issues to be resolved. And I'm hoping and praying that it will be fairly soon. So stick around with at most a 20-minute notice. But we'll work with the minority to figure out whatever is convenient.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Does this mean I'm free to go to 152 for a cigar?
Yes, you are. You
All
go.
right, thank you.
Yeah, but make it don't make it a big cigar. Just make it. So without objection, the committee stands in recess subject to the call of the chair. I know some people are still on their way back, but I think we should proceed so we can get out of here before the next vote. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion from the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to the committee report a structured rule for consideration of HR 2, the Moving Forward Act. The rule provides 2 hours of general debate on the bill, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee print 116-54 modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the Rules Committee report shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. Section 2 of the rule provides that following general debate, it shall be in order for the chair of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or his designee to offer an amendment en bloc consisting of the further amendments printed in Part B of the Rules Committee report. The amendment en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable by 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure or the respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 3 of the rule provides that after consideration of the amendment en bloc described in Section 2, it shall be in order for the chair of the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure or his designee to offer an amendment en bloc consisting of the further amendments printed in Part C of the Rules Committee report. The amendment en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 30 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member, the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, or the respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 4 of the rule provides that after consideration of the amendment en bloc described in Section 3, it shall be in order for the chair of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or his designee to offer an amendment en bloc consisting of the further amendments printed in Part D of the Rules Committee report. The amendment en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 30 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or the respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 5 of the rule provides that after consideration of the amendment en bloc described in Section 4, it shall be in order for the chair of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or his designee to offer an amendment en bloc consisting of the further amendments printed in Part E of the Rules Committee report. The amendment en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or the respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 6 of the rule provides that after consideration of the amendment en bloc described in Section 5, it shall be in order for the chair of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or his designee to offer an amendment en bloc consisting of the further amendments printed in Part F of the Rules Committee report. The amendment en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 30 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or the respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 7 of the rule provides that after consideration of the amendment en bloc described in Section 6, it shall be in order for the ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or his designee to offer an amendment en bloc consisting of the further amendments printed in Part G of the Rules Committee report. The amendment en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 30 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or the respective designee, shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 8 of the rule provides that after consideration of the amendment en bloc described in Section 7, each further amendment printed in Part H of the Rules Committee report shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 9 of the rule provides that prior to the offering of an amendment en bloc pursuant to Sections 2 through 7, the chair of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or his designee may designate amendments that shall not be considered as part of the amendment en bloc. The rule provides that any amendment designated pursuant to Section 9 shall be in order after consideration of the further amendments printed in Part H, if offered by a member designated in the Rules Committee report, shall be debatable for 10 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule waives all points of order against amendments en bloc described in Sections 2 through 7 and the further amendments described in Sections 8 and 9. The rule provides one motion to recommit with or without instructions.
So, did everybody hear that? You want Mr. Morelli to read it a second time? So you've heard the motion from the gentleman from New York. Is there any amendment or discussion?
Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I would like him to read it a second time.
Would you like him to?
No, I won't, but you probably should read it because you should really think about what we're getting ready to do here tonight. Let me make a bold prediction. We have 4 Democratic en bloc amendments. They're all going to pass. We've got 1 Republican en bloc amendment. It's going to fail. We have 1 bipartisan that you got to pick what was in, and so it will probably pass too. Then we've got 3 individual amendments. So this is a total travesty. And let me remind everybody here that this is a transportation bill. We've passed 3 in a row in my time in Congress, maybe more in yours, Chairman, I don't know. They were always bipartisan. They were always done, in a negotiated way. We haven't had any of that. So yeah, this is a pretty bad process in my view. And it's not remotely fair to the minority. And I guess the only comfort we'll have is it's certainly not going to become law. And I don't think that's been the intention of the majority, is to create law, because you wouldn't set up a totally partisan process. Every time you've done that, it's either been to make a point or for some negotiating thing. It's not been so the bill would become law. So this bill won't become law, but the process that we're doing is doing great violence to one of the few areas that's been traditionally bipartisan, no matter who is in power over the last number of years. So not surprisingly, Mr. Chairman, I will be moving for an open rule. Let me just point out for the record, appreciate the number of amendments that were made in order. Almost 400 were offered, but 217 were completely blocked. And I would argue the others are arranged in a predetermined pattern. If anybody thinks the House is going to be working its will here, I think is sadly misinformed. This is their Democratic leadership working its will. And frankly, they hijacked a process that's normally bipartisan and made it very partisan. So I think the only way to correct that is to have an open rule, let every member bring their amendments to the floor, and let's see if we can actually get back to what we used to do, which is pass transportation bills in a bipartisan way. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would move for an open rule.
I thank the gentleman. And let me just say this, I take his point, but I'm just going to say for the record that we're in the middle of a pandemic. And proceeding with an open rule, quite frankly, I don't think would be particularly responsible, because we'd be here for 2 years debating these amendments. One of the blocks has a number of bipartisan amendments in it as well, I should point out. So there is, and look, in a perfect world, this is not the way I would like to bring any bill to the floor. And I don't like the idea of us being in the position of deciding what the en blocs are. But let me just, let me just speculate that I think more Republicans' amendments are in order, because we actually put together some of these en blocs than would have been if we left it up to the relevant chairs. I just say that they're just a speculation. But I take the gentleman's point. We're trying to do the best we can in the middle of a situation where, quite frankly, it takes us an hour plus to vote on every amendment. So in any event.
Well, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, the system that you set up here, when you're voting this many en bloc, you can always say, well, I didn't vote against that. I voted against this. I mean, you're literally letting members escape responsibility for individual votes. And again, we basically decided at a leadership level, probably in the Speaker's office, I don't know where, but what's going to pass and what's going to not. And anybody who thinks there's a real choice on the floor, that's just not true. It's not going to be that way. Now, if that's the way you want to proceed, we saw that with the police bill. We've seen that with a lot of bills.
The alternative could have been a closed rule, and maybe that would have been preferable. But we thought.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I failed to see the difference.
Okay.
And for practical terms, there's not much difference. But anyway, yield back. I'm sorry.
No, I hear you. Okay,
Mr. Chairman, if I could speak on the Cole Amendment for a moment.
sure, Mr. Burgess.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone has actually done the calculation on how many Democrat amendments were made in order, how many Republican, but it really does look skewed to me as we just got the document to read through, so I'll admit I haven't spent a lot of time studying it, but it just seems to be so lopsided that it just defies gravity. So I think Mr. Cole is exactly right. This should be an open rule, and I would certainly support his motion.
Well, I appreciate that from the gentleman, but it's hard to take it, to heart, given the fact when the gentleman was in the majority, he presided over the most closed rules in the history of the Congress. So I point that out for the record. But in any event, further discussion on the Cole Amendment. Hearing none, the vote is on the Cole Amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Oh,
The chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
you once again continue to win the voice vote, so I'm going to have to ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been asked for. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings. Perez. Mr. Perlmutter.
no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli.
No.
Mr. Morelli, no. Ms. Shalala.
No.
Ms. Shalala, no. Ms. Matsui.
No.
Ms. Matsui, no. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall.
Aye.
Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess.
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mrs. Lesko. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Did you get my
Mrs. Lesko recorded?
aye?
So is not recorded. Mrs. Lesko, aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Where is Mrs. Lesko?
We need you on
Sitting to
screen.
my immediate right.
All right. Well, I mean, we have, okay, there you are. Okay, just,
Here I am.
thank you.
Aye.
Clerk, what the
Thanks.
total?
4 yeas, 7 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments.
Chairman?
Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order amendment number 150 by Mr. Garcia to HR 2. Amendment reauthorizes subtitle J of Title 3 of the Public Law 114-322 through the fiscal year 2028. Obviously, a lot of these provisions are California-centric, if you will. But extending the reclamation provision actually helps reclamation states. That actually includes my own. So it has a much broader application than just California. And I'd point out, since the passage of the WIN Act, there's been bipartisan agreement that we won't pick and choose our favorites or the most politically feasible projects. So we'll take it sort of all of the above process to water supply reliability throughout the West. This is a really good amendment. It supports storage, water recycling, desalination, all of which have a critical place. None of this is particularly partisan. I think we've learned even when it comes to water management, it's that we need more options, not fewer. So I think this amendment does it, and I would like us to consider it. I move that amendment, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. There's also significant opposition to this. The concerns that would undermine the Endangered Species Act, among other things. But in any event, you've heard the gentleman's amendment. Discussion? If not, the vote is on the Cole Amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No. Be the chair, the
Well,
noes.
here's two of you, Mr. Chairman. You and Perlmutter come through. But again, on that, I'm going to ask, if I may, for recording.
Roll call vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings. Mrs. Torres. Mr. Perlmutter.
No, and I just drown everybody else out.
That may be true.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli.
No.
Mr. Morelli, no. Ms. Shalala.
No.
Ms. Shalala, no. Ms. Matsui.
No.
Ms. Matsui, no. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Woodall?
Aye.
Mr. Woodall? Aye. Mr. Burgess?
Aye.
Mr. Burgess? Aye. Mrs. Lesko?
Aye.
Mrs. Lesko? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman? No.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
Further amendments.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm sorry, and that amendment was not agreed to. Further amendments.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Cole.
thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order amendment number 168 offered by Mr. Calvert to HR 2. The amendment eliminates certain restrictions and constructing additional lanes and capacity on the national highway system. This is a classic case, Mr. Chairman, of Washington deciding one size fits all and what's best for the state. In this case, we have local authorities that ought to be making these decisions. That's all Mr. Calvert asked for. And frankly, I know he asked for it in a state that's controlled by Democrats, Democratic governor, Democratic legislature. So those things may or may not work out. But I really do think we're taking a role here that we should more appropriately leave to the governors of states for them to decide the best use of this money in their particular state and their particular traffic situation. So I think there's considerable merit to Mr. Calvert's suggestion. I would move that we give it a separate standalone vote.
Thank you. You heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Cole amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? In unison?
No. No.
The noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, there might have been enough there, given that kind of cascading, but I'm not 100% sure, so I would ask that for a recorded.
A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings? Mrs. Torres? Mr. Perlmutter?
No.
Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin? No. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon? No. Mr. Morelli?
No.
Mr. Morelli? No. Ms. Shalala?
No.
Ms. Shalala? No. Ms. Matsui? No. Ms. Matsui? No. Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Woodall?
Aye.
Mr. Woodall? Aye. Mr. Burgess?
Aye.
Mr. Burgess? Aye. Mrs. Lesko?
Aye.
Mrs. Lesko? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman? No.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Is there any other amendment or discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Woodall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order amendment number 192 offered by Mr. Davis of Illinois. His amendment would streamline and consolidate the federal permitting process. Anyone who knows Mr. Davis knows he's not trying to short circuit the process, but he is trying to speed it up in the name of getting more bang for their buck. He has support across the spectrum in terms of stakeholders, from renewable energy interests to chambers of commerce to labor unions and beyond. Again, we're not talking about ending a permitting process. We're just talking about streamlining that process. I believe we have enough votes to make this happen, but we won't know unless he can have it heard on the floor. So I move that we add that amendment to the list.
You heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? If not, the vote is on the Woodall amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. No.
No.
Neither chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, as much as it hurts my feelings, could you put my friends on the record voting against me here?
Would be happy to. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings? Mrs. Torres? Mr. Perlmutter?
No.
Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. Raskin?
With all due respect, no.
Mr. Raskin? No. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon? No. Mr. Morelli?
No.
Mr. Morelli? No. Ms. Shalala?
No.
Ms. Shalala? No. Ms. Matsui?
No.
Ms. Matsui? No. Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Woodall?
Aye.
Mr. Woodall? Aye. Mr. Burgess?
Aye.
Mr. Burgess? Aye. Mrs. Lesko?
Aye.
Mrs. Lesko? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman? No.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Woodall.
Mr. Chairman, I also have an amendment to the rule to make an order, my amendment, number 378 to HR 2. I know when we discussed it during the hearing, you said you felt equal contempt both for my amendment and the Courtney amendment. And I saw in your wisdom, the Courtney amendment made it in. Didn't just make.
That's bad staff work.
In fairness, it did make it in, not to the en bloc, but where it was going to get special particular consideration. Again, I know these are these issues where reasonable people who are all advocating for safety can disagree. But in this case, what we are doing is making an order for the state of Connecticut, sponsored by entirely Democratic members, an opportunity to improve their road safety. And a very similar amendment made an order in offered as a bill in a bipartisan way by Georgia, not given that consideration. And I know you can understand the concern that the partisan amendment would be made in order and the very similar bipartisan amendment would not. So I ask that we make amendment number 73 in order.
Yeah, well, I thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for pointing out that that this is a standalone measure. By the way, one that I strongly oppose. This is not about safety. This is about making our roads less safe. And your amendment, I think we just got it today. As I mentioned, I strongly oppose that as well. So I think what we need to do is we need to err on the side of safety and not on the side of special interests or special exceptions. And so I would urge a no vote on the Woodhull amendment.
Would the gentleman recognize me further?
Absolutely.
Again, I am concerned by the suggestion that this amendment is about special interests and not about safety.
I do not believe that bigger trucks and heavier trucks on the road lead to safety, no matter where you put them, whether on state roads or on federal roads. They will be on state roads. And again, I think from a public safety point of view, any state, including Connecticut, moving in the direction they're moving in is a bad idea, and it's not safe for the people on the road.
It was not lost on me that the largest truck weights Mr. Courtney mentioned were made legal by the state of Massachusetts. We do not allow trucks that heavy to ride on Georgia roads. But I will
agree to something grandfathered in the late 1960s. But the bottom line is, the answer is not bigger trucks. The answer is to respect the national weight limits.
Well, but just three quick things, Mr. Chairman, because I know my colleagues will see this again. Number one, as you say, it's not going to be bigger trucks. It's the same trucks that are already on the road, but instead of driving through the school zone, they'll be on the interstates. I believe that's safer. Number two, this is a bill that combines speed limiter requirements. As you will see if you've read my amendment, it requires that all of these vehicles be governed by activated and working speed limiters that are set at the maximum speed of whatever the local or federal road is that they are on. That's unprecedented in terms of federal action in this area, again, going to make the roads safer. And finally, you're absolutely right. It was a late amendment, and the committee in its wisdom has seen in order to make seen in its wisdom to make an order the amendments of two other Republican members, Graves and Heiss, that were submitted late. But 21 Democratic amendments that were submitted late made the cut. And so again, I've got a bipartisan idea here that I believe will make the roads safety. I won't hold it against you if you vote against me on the floor, but I sure would like a chance to advocate on behalf of the families seeking more safety back home in my district. And I yield back.
Yeah, well, thank you. But there's a difference between a little late and 4 days late. And by the way, I strongly disagree with you that this will make families safer. In fact, public safety advocates from all across the country are opposed to the very measures that you are proposing here. So with that, I would urge a no vote. The vote is on the Woodhull amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. And the chair's noes have it. Want a roll call?
I don't need a roll call, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further amendments?
Mr. Chairman,
The amendment's not agreed to.
Oh, the amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments?
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yes, Mr. Raskin.
My group is supposed to go vote now. Should I go vote and come back?
No, why don't you stay here? Let's get this done, and then we all go to vote together.
Good.
All right, we'll make sure the floor knows that we're meeting here.
Good.
So, further amendments.
Yes,
Woodall,
Mr.
you all
Chairman.
set? Mr. Burgess.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do have an amendment, number 380 to HR 2.
Okay.
Amendment to the rules, move the committee make an order, grant the necessary waivers in order for amendment number 380, offered by myself to HR 2. As you'll recall, this amendment makes modest changes to the National Environmental Protection Act to ensure strong environmental protections, yet modernizing NEPA to reflect the reality of today's projects. It raises the NEPA minimum threshold from 200 million to 1 billion and grants exemptions to projects with little to no environmental impact. This is a common sense amendment. It simply brings us into the 21st century. And I really, like Mr. Woodall, you may want to defeat it on the floor tomorrow, but I think we should at least give the body a chance to have it heard.
Thank you. And this was a memo I think we just got today, so I don't even know what the committee thinks about this. But in any event, I would urge a no vote. Any other discussion on the Burgess amendment? The vote now is on the Burgess amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. No. Any of the chair, the noes have it.
I would ask for a roll call.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
No.
Mr. Morelli, no. Ms. Shalala,
No.
Ms. Shalala, no. Ms. Matsui,
No.
Ms. Matsui, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall,
Aye.
Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mrs. Lesko,
Aye.
Mrs. Lesko, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment.
We're going on the floor. The whole. Sorry, Mrs. Lesko, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order amendment number 355 offered by myself, Mrs. Lesko, to HR 2. This amendment ensures that states who issue driver's licenses to illegal aliens do not receive federal highway funding.
You heard the amendment from the gentlewoman. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Lesko amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No.
No.
Any of the chair, the noes have it.
Roll call, please.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres,
Hey, Norma, you got to unmute.
Torres, no.
Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
No.
Mr. Morelli, no. Ms. Shalala,
No.
Ms. Shalala, no. Ms. Matsui,
No.
Ms. Matsui, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall,
Aye.
Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mrs. Lesko,
Aye.
Mrs. Lesko, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total. Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment to the rule.
Okay.
I move that the committee make an order amendment number 356 offered by myself, Mrs. Lesko, to HR 2. This amendment repeals the excise tax on heavy trucks and trailers through 2021. On average, the tax adds between $12,000 and $22,000 to the final sale price of a new truck and delays fleet turnover of newer, cleaner, higher fuel efficiency trucks. The tax, believe it or not, was implemented first just after World War I to help pay of the war, and it's still being paid. Over the last 100 years, the tax has increased from 3% to 12%. A bill with similar language, H.R. 2381, has 33 co-sponsors, 21 of which are Republican, 12 of which are Democrat, so a bipartisan bill. Representative Colin Peterson's office was interested in co-sponsoring this amendment, but did not get an answer back to us in time. The trucking associations are supportive of this repeal of the excise tax. The repeal is bipartisan, as shown by Representative LaMalfa's bill, H.R. 2381, and should be put into a manager's amendment and passed. Well, I guess it's too late for the manager's amendment, but I would like it in have amendment and passed. Mr. Chair, I also ask unanimous consent to submit for the record a coalition letter that in support of my amendment, and a survey by the American Truck Association.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The vote now is on the Lesko amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to speak on that. I think that's an excellent amendment. I so appreciate the gentlelady bringing it to us. This is a tax that's been in place since the end of World War I. And it is at a time when we need things that will be stimulative to the economy. This seems like a common sense way to approach it. So I thank Ms. Lesko for bringing the amendment. I look forward to supporting it.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, the voters on the Lesko amendment, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No. Noes have it.
I ask for a roll call.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres.
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter.
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli.
No.
Mr. Morelli, no. Ms. Shalala.
No.
Ms. Shalala, no. Ms. Matsui.
No.
Ms. Matsui, no. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall.
Aye.
Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess.
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mrs. Lesko.
Aye.
Mrs. Lesko, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments? Hearing none, the vote is on the motion of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli. All those in favor say aye. All those aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Thank you, the chair. The ayes like really have it. So the motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request the yeas and nays.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres.
Okay, you gotta unmute Norma.
Sorry, I keep forgetting. Aye.
Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Perlmutter.
Aye.
Mr. Perlmutter, aye. Mr. Raskin.
Aye.
Mr. Raskin, aye. Ms. Scanlon.
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Morelli.
Aye.
Mr. Morelli, aye. Ms. Shalala.
Aye.
Ms. Shalala, aye. Ms. Matsui.
Aye.
Ms. Matsui, aye. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall.
No.
Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess.
No.
Mr. Burgess, no. Mrs. Lesko.
Nay.
Mrs. Lesko, no. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk report the total.
8 yeas, 4 nays.
And the motion is agreed to, and Mr. Morelli will carry it for the majority.
Mr. Chairman, the ever eloquent Mr. Woodall will speak for the Republic.
Wonderful. Anyway, so that concludes the Rules Committee business for today. I thank everybody for their patience. I especially thank the staff and yes.
Do you expect us to meet any more this week?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Do you expect us to meet any more this week?
No, I don't.
Thank you.
I was Don just said, "Dear God, I hope not." With that, the Rules Committee stands adjourned.